Hello, hello. How you doing, chat? Yeah, so we tried to get the capture card working again and we're just not having luck, not having any luck. It might be too old and it's just incompatible with my PC now. I don't know, but I can't get it working. But hi, Sloth. Hello, dear brother of mine. We just couldn't get it working, so I might have to invest in getting a new one. Ugh. Which really sucks. They dropped the Animal Crossing 3.0 update, so I was thinking we would play that. But yeah, to no avail. It's just not working, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to wait a while before, because like I actually have console games I want to play. Because like I want to finish Persona 2 and I want to do like Persona 1 and hi Rhyme. And we were talking about things like Castlevania, like on my PS4, all that stuff. But yeah, no dice. So I don't know when I'm going to be able to get a new capture card in the future, but you know, hopefully eventually. It really sucks. So yeah, that's why we're just playing Final Fantasy 14. Boat goes binted. Hi Bun Bun. So yeah, I'm bummed. I think this year is kind of starting with just me dealing with things deciding to not work. Can I say I'm having a shitty start to the new year? Not really. Not really. You know, these are little things that are gonna happen. They're little things that can happen. So yeah, it's just more annoying than anything. But I digress. So we're just gonna play Final Fantasy 14 and play more of my soon-to-be summoner. We'll see how far I get. At least today. Glad I checked the audio. Okay, we're good. What is this mysterious door? This one too. Ah! Hi, Panzer. How you doing, Panzer? Okay, this is the Levy person. I mean, I could grab Levy's. Okay, Levy this. Alright. Alright, so we're gonna do tactical planning. Which is my class quest. Need to do Roselings, which we are going to an area that I have not gone to yet. Yes. So small. I am very small. Had a pretty shitty last few days at work thanks to coworkers. Don't want to get into it, just want to vibe. Feel free to vibe here all you want. If you want to vent about it, feel free to. I give permission. Nobody likes shitty coworkers. They can sit and spin. I mean, I was just venting about my capture card deciding to be kaput. My capture card has ceased to capture. Discord lied, it said it was Guild Wars 2. Did I forget to change it? Actually, Discord should be saying Persona 2. Damn, Bun wanted to go to war. I support it. I support an angry Bun. Beteron sent you out there, did he? Then consider yourself welcome at the Skylift. Look at the bloody cliff, will ye? One blast of fire hell from that huge dragon was all it took to split the ground in half. Cargo still needs to get through, though, so this mess of wood and pulleys was our solution to the problem. Well, one of them at least. If the gods were kind, and they ain't, I'd have about a dozen more workers to handle me growing lists of headaches. Pants. Glad I am to see you again, lad. A wagon driver just returned in a great bloody hurry, screaming about some monstrosity of what sprang out from Millicorn seedling in his cargo. Seems the gutless bastard tossed it over the side afore turning tail and running for his life. I need you to head down the road, recovering that seedling, and deliver it to Leof over at Swift Perch in western La Nocia. Whatever he pays you for the cargo is yours to keep. After all, I don't rightly know what else is lurking inside that plant, and you deserve to be rewarded for your troubles. Oh, and you'll also find Aetherite and Swift Perch, so the journey should be worth your while. We visiting Swift? So it seems.
Look sharp, laddie. I got a job for ye. We don't got much time, so listen close. Today I got me too many fish and not enough water sprite cores to keep them cool. You see me? Excuse me. You see me problem? Now I can't be delivering crates of rotted fish, so I need... Sorry. Now I can't be delivering crates of rotted fish, so I need ye to head over yonder and dance with them dripping sprites. Dance with them? Till you've collected 3 of their chili essences. You do realize I don't want you to actually dance with them, right?
I mean, I could. I could very much dance with them. Okay, that's the next area. Where's my carbuncle? My carbuncle not here. I think we took it out.
You back already? Don't keep me waiting now. Let's see those cores.
Here's your cores. That looks like a bottle.
Aye, laddie, you done well. Can't wait to get these beauties into me fish crates. That ought to keep the catch fresh and me customers happy. There's a whole mess of delivery companies that make use of the skylift. You slip up one time and there's some bastards liable to steal your business. You've shown yourself to be a useful bloke. What say you do me another favor? We've been having a wee problems with buzzards swooping down and snatching cargo from the wagons that are traveling the road to Dinaville checkpoint. Most days them feathered hellions stay well enough away, but it seems they can't resist a wagon that's loaded with meat. Whoa, it got foggy really quick. Well, I say we make use of that weakness to lure the greedy buggers into a trap. Take this here sack of rotting rat meat and set it down in vulture territory. That be where the buzzards make their nests. When the bastards show up for the feast, you start breaking beaks with a vengeance. Easy.
Start picking on the vultures.
Quab. Hi, bull.
You're so tired. Did you not get enough sleep? Nah. You want someone to tell you to come to school tomorrow? How so? Work got you up. Work got to work late, then wanted you up for a 10 open. Oh God. Takes an hour to get there. Oh, that's great.
Didn't get your eyes pecked out, did ye? Them buzzards be a nasty lot. But the last wagon made it through with a nary a morsel lost, so I'd say you've plucked enough of the thieving hides to secure the route. You had me thinks, lad. I make most of me coin hauling foodstuff, and I'd be bedding down in the gutter within the week if it weren't for your help. Seems even the scavengers are finding the pickings scarce since the calamity hit. Otherwise, you'd never see him try not to so bold. Fortune didn't favor him worth spit this time, though, did it? Though, eh? You slept through 2 alarms this morning, so it's been a day. I could imagine. I could only imagine. I would be a wee bit tired. Okay, I guess that takes care of that. Uh-oh, angry crabs. Everything's bad at me. Hostile slugs. Okay, so I guess we move forward. Okay, there's our roselings. Need more roselings, but I think that guy killed the other ones. So we may have to wait a moment. Plenty of jackals, though. Oh, there we go. Okay, there's our Chocobo Man, which we don't really need right now.
Greetings, lad. My name is Squidskiff, and I'm in charge of assigning local levy quests. Okay, that's the levy guy. Alright. Yeah, I will accept. Okay, the levy's over there. I'm gonna run back to town in a moment. Has Hymia herself forsaken this desolate land? Though I understood there were risks in gambling my entire fortune on a crop of million corn, I at least expected the seedlings to be delivered before disaster struck. Is that my million corn seedling? Oh, joyous day! It may seem a paltry beginning, but the yield of this particular variety of crop plant is nothing short of astonishing. As you have undoubtedly noticed, Swift Perch lacks a certain, shall we say, vital energy. Thus I mean to restore a modicum of hope in its residents by growing a veritable ocean of corn. You, sir, seem fit to burst with vim and vigor. Might I persuade you to abide a while and help nurture this ailing settlement? Yes. We're gonna get the money. All these wild dodos you see about the place were actually once domesticated birds bred by my father. They broke loose during the chaos of the calamity and gradually became the feral, ill-tempered creatures we now do our best to avoid. But if I am to restore Swift Perch to the very same settlement it was when my father was alive, then I must also try my hand at dodo raising. And as you have likely surmised, I shall require adventurous resourcefulness in this endeavor. For the initial stage of my dodo rearing enterprise, I need you to head into the flock and seek out dodo nests. You'll be looking for fertilized eggs. 3 of them should do nicely for now. But pray be careful when liberating the eggs. The adult dodos will not take kindly to an intruder making off with their offspring. That does sound like a problem. Okay, he's going to offer hat, although I think my hat is affected by my robe. You there, adventurer, cast your eyes towards the brewer's beacon. Does the light not seem uncommonly weak? It cannot possibly be bright enough to guide the ship sailing in the bay. I would march over to the lighthouse and investigate myself, but I am duty-bound to remain at my post. I would consider it a favor if you could make a visit to the brewer's beacon and see if aught has befallen Conswiss, the lighthouse keeper. Alright, so we're gonna go back into town. So I can turn in my class quest. Yeah, because my hood is up and that usually affects the head slot. Unfortunately. Oh my god, there's so many people. Well, the thing you've got the thing that does best in slot right there, so. Welcome back. How did it feel to conquer such ferocious foes? Let us ride that wave of triumph onto an even more demanding and dangerous challenge. Your next training exercise will have you accompanying Forcier Keelie on one of her inspections. This experience will afford you the opportunity to witness firsthand the practical application of Arcanima. Pray do not tarry. Keelie awaits you on the floor below with further details.
This is to make the Twink Bunny boys wear different outfits.
You know what? That's fair.
Hee-ho!
Well, that's that certainly woke up Linty. Linty was like, I'm here, hello.
Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust.
Oh, there's a downstairs. I'm, like, running around looking for them.
A timely appearance, as I expected. Shall we proceed directly to the job at hand? I have been tasked with examining the wares of a goblin peddler caravan run by the Boylestocks family. Our agents suspect these beastmen merchants of dealing in forbidden goods. As such, I have calculated that announcing an inspection has a 60% chance of inviting physical violence. I have prepared a strategy to respond to this possible shift in hostilities, but there is an important precondition you should be made aware of before we discuss the finer points of my plan. Though I am considered gifted in the formation of tactics, I lack the reflexes and coordination necessary to employ many of those self-same strategies on the field of battle. Pray keep this factor in mind and adjust your perceptions accordingly. Now, should the goblins offer battle, you are to execute combat pattern 1345, otherwise known as Stratagem Focus Fire. You and your carbuncle will concentrate your attacks on a single foe, and one by one the enemy will wither under the combined onslaught. Probability of victory 95%. Reports place the peddlers in the vicinity of the cookpot in middle of La Nocia. I will depart immediately to assess the situation. Seek me out once you arrive.
In Pet Fight Club. We don't talk about Pet Fight Club. You mean like WoW when WoW decided to put in like the Pokemon battles? Okay, there she is. Nah, this is more Detective Pikachu underground fights. Oh.
I am Foreseer Keelie of Mailvan's Gate. You are to cease all transaction and surrender your goods for inspection. Nasty sneaky peekers! Gobby spit upland and nosy eyes on stabby iron! A predictably aggressive response. Very well. Remember what we discussed.
She's so preppy. She does come off as one of those, actually type of peoples.
Nicely done. Adaptation, improvisation, I might have been observing our beloved guildmaster himself in action. This was the perfect example of how the strategy for a given task should be tailored to the abilities of the assessor. In other words, before you begin formulating your tactics, it is necessary to fully understand your own strengths and weaknesses. On that note, there is another question I would ask you. When it comes to improving the probable success of a strategy, do you consider it more effective to concentrate on your playing to your strengths or shoring up your weaknesses?
Covering my weaknesses.
Oh ho! Again you respond as the guildmaster once did. I must revise the probability of your potential to attain greatness to 97%. You're one to keep an eye on, that much is certain. But to return to the subject of battle plans, your calculation must include an accurate assessment of your available techniques and their relative effectiveness. This requires you to be critically aware of your own limits, the limits of your allies, and the characteristics of your enemies. I believe that covers everything for today. Please return to the guild and make your report to Miss Thurbergheim until next we meet. I shall abide here until the Yellow Jackets arrive to take the peddlers into custody. My strategies will keep me company.
Back we go. Back from the field, Keelie contacted me with a summary of events. It seems you were treated to a lecture on knowing thyself. That particular lesson is ordinarily taught only to intermediate practitioners. Without a sufficient store of combat experience from which to draw, it is difficult to fully appreciate the profundity of such a seemingly simple truth. Nevertheless, I feel confident that you will soon be ready for a more ambitious assignment. Keep to your studies and maintain the razor edge of your mind. One last thing. Considering the dedication you have shown towards your discipline, I have decided to permit you to leave to explore the teachings offered by other guilds. I would suggest, however, that you first master the science of Arcanima. The strategic training you receive here will serve you well no matter the path you eventually choose to walk. Return to me when your reason tells you the time is right. Alright, so we got a choice of better hat. Possibly better actually, no wait, I can't wear a hat right now. Although I could potentially go person. Alright. Okay. I'll grab the hat just in case I get a better robe. What have we awakened? Why isn't it showing me what that is? Okay, hold on 1 second. Uno momento. Okay, I don't know why. It's usually supposed to tell you what that quest is. I don't know where it's disabled at. I went downstairs on accident. Out the door.
Oh, like the tiny black mage! Oh, it's so cute! And it's moving like it's 8-bit. It is adorable. Well, a well-wishing welcome to you, adventurer friend. You've worked your way to Fisherman's Bottom. When you want fish for just a day, you can call a culinarian, but we fishermen feast for life. I've set the bait. Think you're ready to bite? Hooray! Hooray! Looks like we've got a live one. Let me walk you through the life of a fisherman in Limsa Lomanissa. Since we're surrounded by the sea, the fishing sites are a fisherman's delight. If you can't fish it here, you can't fish it anywhere. While some of us rope our fish with rods and reels, others skim the seabed with nets for creepy, crawly critters. You might say we cast a wide net. People prattle about our poolers just about everywhere in Limsa. And there's much and more I haven't mentioned. We shepherd the ships, preside over the ports, manage the mongers, all while making sure not to leave any adventurers out to sea. I'll wager you prefer to work alone. So we'll start you off with the rod and reel. Now you may not necessarily net the numbers net fishing yields, but pole fishing positively pulls prettier prizes. And that's the long and short of it. When you're ready for another bite of bait, I'll reel you in before the guildmaster. I'd hate to hear you'd had a change of heart. You haven't, have you? Spoken truly like a true bespoke fisherman. Well then, it's time you met the guildmaster. But unfortuitously, unfortunately, and somewhat ironically, our nefarious netmaster is out fishing at the moment. This moment, and every moment, that is. So, Sisypoo tends to tend to tasks that requires tending to, such as deciding whether you'll sink or swim with our guild. Sisypoo presides over those pools. Whenever you decide to say hello, she might seem somewhat standoffish, but she's only keeping an eye out for sharks. Be yourself, and you have nothing to worry about. Yes, save your breath. I heard every word between you and Malika, so I know she told you my role here. She said, well, the Lago is supposed to be the guildmaster, but apparently he has bigger fish to fry, so all his work falls to me. That includes making sure our new fish aren't shellfish idiots or potential anemones. You've passed the first test by not laughing at that awful joke. Now you only need the right answer to this question. Are you prepared to fish like you've never fished before? Yes. Well, you're smarter than the majority of bottom dwellers that find their way here. Welcome to the guild. Now, this wouldn't be much of a guild if we sent you out to sea with only a pole and a prayer, so I suppose I could spare you a few pearls of wisdom. Nevertheless, you're still going to need that pole and prayer, so I can at least provide you with the former. Here you go. 1 out of 2 isn't bad. I'll even throw in these lugworms, since you're not like to get far without bait. The rods we bestow upon our new fish are priceless objects, which is to say, they don't cost anything. Once you know what you're doing, you'll probably want a proper one. But in the meantime, let's see if you can figure out how to hold your pole. Ready the one I gave you, and your lesson can begin.
Time to be the fisherman of my dreams. Alright. Back. Oh, wait, no. Wrong one. I think I went to the right place. I did not. I needed to go western. There goes my raisin buff. More raisins, please. Let's activate this levy. I think. That's a big crab. Where you going? Why are you running? Damn, this fishing got serious. Word travels quickly to Swift Perch. Here to learn about Guild Hess, are we? Oh, that's right, Guild Hess. Alright. Yeah, we're good. I think I can do a boat charter, but I'm not gonna charter anything at the moment. I'm just gonna go with the flow. Don't try to push me any place I don't want to go yet. you birds. Are we gonna piss this one off? Oh, we pissed another one off. I suppose they are rather round. Uh-oh, more angry dodo-ness. With 3 eggs, I should be able to experiment with breeding. Success or failure is not terribly important to begin with. I mean, only to gain some practical experience with the birds. Here's your egg. Eggies. Yes, you did exceptionally well in selecting only fertilized eggs. Now that I consider it, I'm not entirely sure how you managed to tell. In any case, I must raise the naturally aggressive dodos from the egg if I am to have any chance of surviving the breeding process. Apart from encouraging a more docile behavior while the bird is but a chick, it is imperative that I remove the gland that produces that infamous poisonous breath. My father's notes quite graphically depict the consequences of failing to do so. Ew. This really is rather exciting. Every day I take another step closer to my vision of a swift perch surrounded by golden fields of wheat and echoing with the calls of plump, waddling dodos. I suppose we have a new class quest. Is our thing back up? It is. We're going back to school. Oh, I get a topaz carbuncle. Enhanced Aether Charge. Grants Ruby Arcanum and Topaz Arcanum. Interesting. You seem tired. Are you sleeping properly? No. One's reasoning can suffer without sufficient rest and recuperation. Should you redeem yourself fit for duty, pray make your way down to the practice floor. Forseer Keelie has requested you accompany her on another official inspection. There is, however, a requirement for your participation. The Forseer will explain the situation.
I was beginning to think I miscalculated. Thank you for coming. I will soon be boarding a trading vessel suspected of smuggling. All merchant ships that make use of Limsa Lomanisa's ports are subject to inspection by Malvan's Gate's assessors. It is a routine I perform daily. In the case of smugglers, however, there is a 75% probability of encountering resistance. Thus, I would appreciate your company during this assignment. It is now that we must discuss the requirement of which you were informed. Though I have full confidence in your martial expertise, it is imperative that you first acquire the ability to summon Topaz Carbuncle. Such knowledge will be released to you contingent on your acceptance of this duty. Sure. Very good. The arcane entity given form by the Topaz geometry will further expand your offensive capabilities. With such an ally at your command, even the harshest of enemies will falter before you. Indeed, we could not conduct these dangerous spot inspections without its support. Please return to Mistress Thurnbergheim and inform her of your participation. I will join you at once. Once I have completed some final adjustments to my tactical formulae.
We're gonna have a carbuncle for every gemstone. You have agreed to accompany the Forseer. Then I shall gladly instruct you in the use of Topaz Carbuncle. Pray do not hesitate to employ this entity in combat should the inspection turn sour. Can't wait for Aquamarine Carbuncle. I learned a thing.
The mercenaries Guy's firm and Astroda are here to assist the inspection.
Both are old hands when it comes to escorting Keelie during her more dangerous duties. Well met. My spells are at your disposal. This won't be the first time we're expected trouble, but as long as we follow the Forcer's tactics and keep a clear head, we'll come through just fine.
The Morning Star is preparing to dock in Alaport. We will meet our first challenge. However, before we even board the vessels, it is almost a certainty that the merchant ship has hired a thug or two to accost us at the pier. I calculate the probability at 98%. The crew wish to avoid attacking us on deck, you see, as that would all but trumpet their criminal intentions to the world at large. Now, once we do manage to clear the rails, we will face a deck crowded with armed sailors. For a small party such as ours, the most effective strategy will be to incapacitate individual foes as swiftly as possible. Each opponent we down is one less weapon raised against us. It is imperative that we do not... Strategy is a tool used to manipulate one's situation into a desired reality. Keep those words in mind. It is time we departed. Let us regroup before the main gates of Aleport. Alright, so... Airport? That is... over here.
Oh, I gotta go all the way. We gotta walk. We gotta walk a little bit. What is this ridiculous pumpkin mount? I love it. It's kind of friend-shaped.
You say a yellow jacket sent you here? Me light's grown dim, has it? Well, of course it bloody has. The bomb that fuels me furnace has up and buggered off, you see. If I don't get that beacon fixed soon, there'll be trouble on the water. I know you're just the messenger, lad, but I can tell a venture when I see one. I'm going to need you to chase down that bomb and bring back a claw that you ripped from its smoldering corpse. Take this here iron brazier and set her down in the middle of the flock. Somewhere near the scarecrow, I'd say. You get a nice fire going and that frisky bomb will soon be about. Watch you don't singe your eyebrows, lad.
Sounds like a very testy bomb. It's in the middle of a bunch of angry dodos, too. Alright. Put the brazier down. Light it up. Uh-oh. Making a run for it. Buzzard has a death wish. I can respect that. All you need to do is take down that runaway bomb and bring me one of its little claws. Here's its claw. You got the ashy bastard, did you? Once I put this little firecracker in the furnace, that should keep things running for a while. I had myself a bit of a look while you was gone, and Limelin cursed me if the furnace weren't all bent and broken. Smelt one of the bloody bomb was able to escape. I patched things up as best I could, but I ain't no Smitty. You might want to have a chat with that yellow jacket friend of yours and Swift Perch, and have him pass the word back to someone in Limsa. Fair enough. Those are some big, angry yaks.
Let us be about our task. Pray inform the steersman at the pier that we are ready to conduct our inspection. Should violence be offered, you are to execute Staggem Hammerfall. Do not forget, your tactics are both your shield and your weapon.
Okay. Oops. Chocobo person. Nuttin'.
Aetherite.
A tune, please. You look like an adventurer who gets around. Mayhap you have noticed the corals and jackals at each other's throats of late. I've never seen anything quite like it, and the bloodshed only worsens by the day. If this continues, I dare say that one of these groups will wipe out the other before long. Now it bears mentioning that this species of coral isn't native to Vilebrand. By rights, they shouldn't even be here. Nay, I believe they were smuggled. I know of a merchant who may have a hand in these dealings. Her name is Arkantai, and after some probing, I've come to believe she's somehow involved. I would question her myself, but she is like to flee at the first sight of yellow. That's where you come in. I need you to speak with her and learn all you can. Take a look around. She's bound to be nearby. So you're saying I gotta be nosy.
What's this? So they've sent ye to do their dirty work? Well, you'll never take me alive. Never! Okay, bye.
You're with the folks from Maelven's Gate? Hells, I knew there'd be trouble. Whoop. Hi, Kairu, how you doing? Yeah, I'm doing alright, other than my capture card just decided it doesn't want to work anymore. So are we gonna have a problem? Well then, I'm certainly glad to see you can handle yourself. You'll find the landing boat just down here at the end of this ramp. I'll have no part of what comes next, though. Yeah. I'm just getting all sorts of fights.
don't hurt me. I didn't do nothing wrong. I smuggled in the corals for breeding like you asked. But that's it. I ain't the one sending the jackals into a frenzy, I swear. The yellow jackets sent ye, and not no pirates? Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Well, you've caught me. I'm behind the corals in Alaport. Those good-for-nothing pirates had me breed jackals for 'em too. With the right training, they make for nasty watchdogs and the like. But the pirates wanted more, and that's why they asked me for the corals, that they did. I smuggled them in, but the pirates took them before I could finish the job. Suppose they didn't want to wait for the breeding, but the buggers let them escape. Now they have jackals on the loose trying to get rid of the corals and clean the mess. I'm a victim as well, you know. They pay good coins for the animals, but now that I got folk chasing after me, wanting to cover their tracks, I'm sure. You hurry and tell those yellow jackets I ain't to blame, you hear?
What more trouble can we get into? Oh, we got a destination. Let's go see.
Deftly handled. Once again, I'm reminded of our guildmaster. Thanks to your efficient response, we will be able to commence this inspection earlier than I had calculated. We shall board the merchant vessel out in the bay. Ursula, if you would take the rudder, the Morning Star awaits.
Yo ho ho! Pirate's life for me!
Since their welcoming party at the pier failed to deter us, I expect with a probability of 85% that our arrival will incite further belligerence. Our objective, however, is not to trade blows, but to gain access to the hold. It may behoove us to employ stratagem hardhead. The aim of our opponents is to buy time so that the suspect's goods may be tossed into the ocean. I do not intend to give them that time. We will bull our way towards the cargo hold as quickly as we can. It is a tactic fraught with risk, but once that your presence makes possible, shall we begin? For Seer Keelie, by the authority of Melvin's Gate, I request that you surrender your goods for assessment.
Well, now your timing couldn't be worse, lass. The old door's all rusted up, you see, but I think won't open. You'll have to come back another day after we's fixed things.
I will see that cargo now. Any vessel entering a port of Limsa Lamonisa is bound by law to submit to a routine inspection.
The law, is it? Lads, I reckon it is our time our Gus had themselves a little accident. Pitch them over the sides. I guess we're fighting. And we got more friends? We do. Think we won there.
A masterful display. Now we can finally gain access to the cargo.
That doesn't sound good. What have we here then? It's one of the bitch admiral's lapdogs scampering about me ship. Oh boy. You're just like your mistress, always sticking your nose in where it ain't invited.
No, it can't be.
Ha! Recognize me, pretty face, did ye?
But you were caught, exiled.
Forsyr, are you hurt? Can you stand?
Stay back. You stay away from me.
Forsyr, please calm down. What are your orders? I've had enough of your whimpering, and I've certainly had enough of these bloody books. It's clear you ain't learning anything from them. He does have a rather large axe. Reckon it's time you got a different kind of lesson. Oh, good night. Keelie, Nafika, preserve us. She's fainted. We must withdraw. Quickly, back to the boat. We'll carry the Forsyr. Aye, that's right. You slink on back to your mistress, you worthless curs. That's gonna be a long swim. I'm sure she's fine, right? Right? Ah, you're back. What can you tell me of Rakantai's dealings? She claims to be a victim as well. It was her greed that brought the curls to Vilebrand, and she is sorely mistaken to think the Yellow Jackets will turn a blind eye. Mark my words, she will be held accountable. At any rate, we now know why the Curls and Jackals are trying to tear each other to shreds. The pirates have been quite careful not to leave any clues, but we've managed to capture Arkantai's assailants. They're being questioned as we speak, and it won't be long before we track down the pirates. Don't worry, friend. The Yellow Jackets will see them brought to justice. And in the meantime, there is still the matter of Archontai and the beast running amok in the fields. Amok. I shudder to think what may happen should the jackals and corals continue fighting for much longer. I have a plan, but your assistance is essential to its success. Let me know when you're ready to begin. He's got 2 quests. Archontai has admitted to breeding jackals for pirates, but I fear she may be concealing more to be smuggled elsewhere. I bid you speak with her once more to prove my suspicions true. If she wishes to play the role of victim, perhaps this time she will be more forthcoming with information. Tell her that, although we cannot grant her impunity, her cooperation will ensure a lighter sentencing.
Ah, Kitty!
Now then, we need to do something about the corals running wild in Valbrand. Jackals have greatly reduced their numbers, but the presence of corals will upset the balance of predation in Elport. Given time, they will establish a breeding population, perhaps even prey upon more than just animals. A large number of merchants, sailors, and travelers pass through Elport daily, meaning a great many people will be at risk unless we stop the corals here and now. As much as it pains me to say this, they must be done away with. I like this no more than you, but we Yellow Jackets must put the safety of the people above all else. Reports indicate that corals were last sighted somewhere in Skull Valley. When you are ready, pray seek them out and do what needs to be done. Well, she's just hanging out, staring at this wall.
The Yellow Jackets want to know if I'm hiding more jackals. Fine, I'll come clean if it means preserving me liberty. All the jackals are long gone, but there's a wolf pup I was looking after not too far from here. Jackals are easy to come by in Elport, but wolves, you can be sure folks will pay good money for 'em. With the Yellow Jackets breathing down me neck of late, though I haven't had time to care for him. The poor thing's probably too weak from hunger to move. I'll tell you where to find him, but if you want to take him, best move now. What with the corals running wild, killing the pirates, jackals and all, it won't be long before they start snooping about for more animals to train. I have to warn you, though, he may be a pup, but he'll likely make a meal of anyone who gets close to him. Try winning over his stomach with this here succulent bone. If that ain't any enough, try rubbing his belly to soothe him. You can bet he'll be following you everywhere. I left the critter in quarters down. Hurry before the pirates find him. It's a baby!
It's a scurvy dog!
The baby coral looks at you affectionately.
So I might put the sprint here. See, we got a dodo. I think I'm sitting in the right place. Yes. Lots of dodos. Some pirates.
There it is. Give it a belly rub.
There we go. The furnace is damaged, is it? Very well. I shall write up the relevant reports, but these repairs must needs to be effected without delay. It seems I have another favor to ask you, adventurer. Take yourself straight away to Armorer's Guild in Limsa Lomonisa and explain the situation to Forge Master Hinanza. Alright, well, I need to go over there anyways. I need to get me an umbrella. It is good to see you well. Guy's friend sent word ahead of your travails. An unfortunate turn of events, but considering the infamous black heart you faced, you might have fared much worse. Have you heard of the pirate Dasmaga? He was exiled from Limsa Lomonisa some years ago, but it appears he has chosen to defy the Admiral's orders. And once more he dares to lay a hand on Forseer Keelie. The poor lass must have been terrified. If I had known Dasmaga was aboard that ship, I never would have assigned her that duty. The assessor may require some time to recover for Keelie. That man is a nightmare made of flesh. Though her physical wounds will soon mend, there is little we can do to solve the hurt to her mind. You are concerned? Angry, mayhap? Harness that energy and channel it into your training. I predict we shall be needing your skills again before long.
Let's
see. Okay, that's level 8. But that's a level 10 item, so not too concerned. Level 8. Level 8. These are all, like, potentially really good, so... we'll get the new room.
Ooh, it's red.
I will definitely take that. Suppose we need to go downstairs. Can I go downstairs this way? We're gonna find out. We're going on an adventure. My robes are all wet now. I should say we're going upstairs. Alright, where are we going? Okay, so I'm assuming this is for blacksmith and armorsmith. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. The furnace in the brewer's beacon needs repairs. Bargot's beard. I just sent someone out to tinker with it not a week past. Mayhap the bomb Conswees had trapped in there was a touch too volatile? I'll have an artisan visit the lighthouse and pay special attention to reinforcing the casing of that furnace. Your work is done here, adventurer. May the navigator guide you on your journeys. Okay. We got the hat last time on that other quest, so I think I'm fine. Can use new shoes though, I think. Yeah. What say you to taking on some work for Naldic and Vimelis? We've a great hulking warship to build and could certainly use an extra hand for any number of tasks. For your first job, I need you to run the missive over to Atbrim, the head shipwright at Moraby Dry Docks. We've forged most of the ship's bits and pieces here at the Armorers Guild, but the actual construction takes place at the docks found in the south of Lower Lanosia. That's also where you'll find the main offices of Naldic and Vimelis. The Moraby Drive Docks is one of Limsa Lamanisa's most important districts, at least as far as I'm concerned, and I'm sure you'll not regret attuning yourself to the area's aetherite. If you know confidence in your sense of direction, you'd be best served making use of chocobo porters. First floor of the Bizenmast, in case you're wondering. Should you choose to make the trek on your own 2 feet, leave the city through the Tempest Gates and follow the road south. May the navigator guide your steps. Where are we going? Okay, so we need to go all the way down there. Okay, I know where that's at. We're gonna go back here, though. I heard for Arcante, you went looking for the starved pup in Quarterstone. Did you have any luck?
Puppy.
Ah, so this is the pup Arcante has been hiding. Well done. She was here not long ago, as a matter of fact. It seems she is willing to cooperate with the authorities and help set things right. But that's not all, friend. While you were searching for this pup, a group of pirates related to the investigation was taken into custody. We couldn't have it done without your help. The ringleader has yet to be found, but perhaps now Aleport can enjoy a moment of respite. A respite. I don't know. All that remains is what to do with this pup. He seems to have taken a liking to you. Perhaps it would be best if you looked after him. I get a puppy? There's simply no room for him at headquarters, and letting him wander about on its own is out of the question. I realize how sudden this is, but please give him a good home.
Poppy.
Welcome back, adventurer. How did you fare against the corals in Skull Valley?
Kitty.
I see. So this baby coral is all that remains. It is truly a shame it came to this. Most of the jackals died fighting against corals, but it would seem you slew the pirate's last litter while saving this one. Let us at least take solace in knowing the bloodshed has ended. There's a bit of good news to be had, however. I received word not long ago that the group of pirates related to our investigation was taken into custody. To instigate such carnage without scruple, the true animals in this case have been placed behind bars. With any luck, their leader and remaining members will join them shortly.
Meow.
But what to do with this baby coral? He seems quite fond of you, almost as if you were his father. The yellow jackets are not fit to care for a coral, especially when full grown. But we cannot simply release him back into the wilds. I suppose there is only one option.
Kitty.
Friend, I leave this baby coral in your capable hands. I am sure you will do what's best for him.
Yay for Kitty.
Okay, levy person. Alright, I need to beckon. Initiate. Which way are we going? Okay, that way. Oh.
Hi, son.
Oh, looks like clips are working again. Uh-oh. A rope burn buccaneer.
Yippee!
Woo, 20 days. Amazing. Alright, we got another buccaneer. Okay, 80%. We did it! Alright, so I gotta... This guy at the dry dock. So, hiccups all of a sudden. I think I have to go, yes, lower. Okay, lower, we had to go to the upper part. Ooh, cooking. You know what? I don't mind joining the cooking guild. I beg your pardon, good sir, but this is the Culinarians Guild. If you are here to dine at the Bismarck, one of our waiters will be along shortly to show you to your... Oh, you're not a patron? Might I assume then that you wish to become a culinarian? If so, I wholeheartedly recommend you join the Culinarians Guild, where one may learn the culinary arts under the finest chefs in all of the realm. What say you? Wonderful. Then without further ado, I shall acquaint you with the history of our guild. As you are doubtlessly aware, Limsa has long been the gastronomic capital of Eorzea. The city's rich culinary tradition is the product of a unique combination of factors. The first is our proximity to the fertile lands and plentiful seas of Vilebrand, which have ever yielded bounteous produce. The second is our standing as the realm's foremost trading port, which grants us access not only to exotic ingredients from faraway shores, but also to foreign merchants versed in their use. We are, in short, the benefactories of culinary knowledge from every corner of the world. Until recently, knowledge of this kind was passed on solely through the word of mouth, and was therefore susceptible to corruption and loss. But that all changed when one man made it his mission to catalog every recipe of note. His name... I'm gonna have to really think on this name. Admiral Gulskiff Baldwin, also known as Mass Cleaver. I think we're just gonna stick to Mass Cleaver. The man's love of fine cuisine was such that at sea he would regularly spend as much time preparing meals in the galley as giving commands on the bridge. It was none other than he who founded the Culinarians Guild and codified cooking methodology. Today, the guild carries Baldwinson's legacy through the scope of our endeavors and expanded significantly. Not content with this simply preserving existing recipes, we labor tirelessly to devise wholly novel culinary creations from which to delight the senses. To this end, our doors are open to folk from all walks of life, including adventurers such as your good self. One may liken our guild to a great pot of stew, and each member to an ingredient imparting to a unique flavor. As with every dish, however, adding ingredients willy-nilly is certain to spoil the taste. Before you may take your place in the pot, you must be deemed a worthwhile addition by Guildmaster Linkseth, a man whose passion for cookery burns hotter than any oven. Is he gonna be like Gordon Ramsay? Before troubling him, I must warn you that ours is a truly sweltering kitchen. As such, you would be well advised to ask yourself, can I stand the heat? If you earnestly believe that you can, speak to me once more and I shall be glad to guide you through the enrollment process. So have you the resolve to walk the path of the culinarian? Wonderful. Then you must speak to Guildmaster Langseth at once. This will come as no surprise, but he is the finest chef in Limsa Lomanisa. His skill and dedication are second to none. You will find the guildmaster up the stairs yonder, keeping a watchful eye on his charges. Impress upon him your desire to learn, and he will surely find a place for you in his stew, by which I mean the guild. I don't want to go in the stew pot. Well met, venturer. I take it you want to join our guild. Let's have a good look at you then. Ha! What's an underfed whelp like you know about cooking? Judging by them scrawny arms of yours, you'd struggle to lift a spoon, never mind a skillet. I jest. It don't take muscle to be a culinarian, else it don't even take talent, less not on its own. No, son, more than anything else. Becoming a good cook boils down to passion. If you got that, there ain't nothing you can't achieve. So tell me, have you got it? Yes, that's the spirit. Now this totally makes sense to have these, like, oven mitts. That's the spirit. Your passion for culinary arts is plain to see. And you'll be needing every bit of it you want to become a master culinarian. Why, if mastery was a 12-course dinner, I'd hardly have finished the soup. Make no mistake, our trade's as tough as old mutton, and passion's the only thing that what gets us through the gristly bits. But enough talk. What do you call yourself? Well then, welcome to the guild. To mark the occasion, I present you with your very own skillet. Ain't much to look at, but it'll more than serve a novice like yourself. Now then, let's see whether you can tell which end's which. I know. I said you'd struggle to lift a spoon, but you've won me over. Now show me you can hold a skillet, and I'll get you started on your first task. I'm assuming fishing would come in handy with it. Okay. Yep, exactly where I need to be. Let's go. That thing looks like it belongs in Aliens. Part jellyfish, part xenomorph. Let's see, earrings. Or yeah. Earrings, bracelet, earring, bracelet. You be wanting to cross Offshorn's embrace? If you ain't in a hurry to be someplace, I'd rather you hold off a bell or two. Presently, the bridge is such a right confusion of wagons and such. The damn things like to collapse. We expect a bit of congestion, what's with this being the only bridge connecting the roads from the dry docks to Limsa Lomanisa, but today's traffic is something awful. Speaking of which, what in the 7 L's does Wursmaga think he's playing and deserting his post at times like this? Do me a favor, would you, lad? Track down the skittish bugger and tell him to get his arse back to directing the chaos at the embrace. Is that wall interesting, sir? But 'twas a matter of time before they sent someone after me, I suppose. I heard ye. The bridge is a bloody mess. Truth be told, I wish the damn thing would collapse and save me the suffering. I can't simply wave me hands and have everything suddenly sort itself out now, can I? And if I try reasoning with those demon spawned coachmen, I'm like to get my head bit off. You forgot about a thing? Thank you for reminding you. Hopefully it wasn't to forget to eat. Listen, if you're not going to let me be, then can you at least have a word with the more irate wagon drivers? You know, soothe their tempers some? That'll be one less headache for me to deal with. Soothing.
Have a good night, Kairu. Thanks for joining us.
Perhaps you do have a point. I shall endeavor to keep a hold on my temper, if only to see the situation resolved before the moon turns.
Shh, it's okay.
Well, if you put it like that, then maybe I'll hold me tongue for a bit. And that's all it took. Well, I'll be damned. You actually managed to calm them buggers down? You're a miracle worker, and that's the honest truth. All I need is for the drivers to heed me directions without all that sapping and snarling, you see? Well, I'd best be at it before they lose their tempers again. Oh, and I'd appreciate if you could let Captain Dozrel know I'm back on the job. Okay. He's back on the job. Purismaga is back at his post, is he? Your tongue must be made of silver to have accomplished that feat. You can't handle the yelling, you see. The gods only know how much of a delicate flower survived the guard training in the first place. And he's never going to survive duty at the bridge now that work on the Victory has a flood of deliveries coming in and out every bloody day. Where's Smaga better harden up or start looking for a quieter line of work? Let's see. Oh. I don't think any of these really work for me. Alright, we're gonna make our way downtown. And then take a break. Chocobo guy. Talk to Mimi Doa.
What you say? Another initiate, eh? Initiate, you say? Getting lots of initiates these days. Lots of initiates. What day you say it was? Now I reckon this initiate's here looking for work. Is it work you seek, eh? Well, you need not fret, as I just happen to have a task that what needs tending. A dear friend of mine, Rustin something or such, is holed up in the lighthouse on the side of the grip. Used to be that I'd visit the lad once in sin night to see how he was faring, but me lays just ain't the same since the gout gone and grabbed a hold of him. I'd be grateful if you could check up on the candle keeping me stead. Oh, and don't be forgetting to take along 4 curved jackal fangs. Tell him they's from Mibidoa. He'll understand. Oh, woe is me. I seem to have gone and misplaced 4 of my packed lunches. What am I to do? I can hear Asprim's belly grumble from all the way over here. I'm certain I made enough for everyone, so it must be that I either dropped a few or gave some to the wrong fellows. Oh, did you hear that? It was Asprim's belly again. He does not look at all pleased, does he? I must stay with my cart, but if you could search for the dry docks and see if you cannot find those lunches, I would be eternally grateful. I might even whip together something special for... did you see that? Atherbrams just gave me the evil eye. If those lunches don't turn up soon, I'm afraid he'll come over here and eat me.
He is rather large. You have a missive from me from Forge Master Hananza. I assume it pertains to the pending arrival of the materials I ordered over on Moon Pass. Let's see it then. Letter for you. Blast and botheration. Another delay. I am well aware of the shortage of skilled artisans, and this is insufferable. My apologies. The messenger does not deserve to bear the brunt of my frustration. Might I have your name? Well, this proud maiden you see taking shape before you is the Victory, the first new vessel to grace the docks since the calamity. We may have lost the bulk of our ships that fateful day, but starting with this beauty, we will restore the Maelstrom's fleet to its former glory. The Victory is more than a simple warship. It is the symbol of Limsa Lominissa's rebirth from the wreckage wrought by the coming of the 7th Umbral Era. Thus, we are striving to complete her construction as swiftly as possible, even going as far as to hire veteran shipwrights from outside the Thessalocracy. Yet even with such unprecedented measures, there are never enough hands to handle the abundance of tasks. Should you choose to linger at the docks for a time, there is no end of odd jobs for a hard-working adventurer. Be you fair warned, there is no place here for layabouts and troublemakers. Okay, we're definitely taking the shoes. Big boat. More hands. Where in the 7 hells is that man? Not once in 12 moons has he been late with a shipment, and now 2 whole turns of the sun without a single word. A shipwright of mine, a young man named Frelsmid, recently left Candlekeep Quay to retrieve several crates of supplies ordered from Limsa Lominisa, but has yet to return. I have sent several missives to... I am Schmal. I have sent several missives to Halbroda, but his replies are always the same. He does not recall ever seeing the right, nor the supplies he was scheduled to collect. That man knows something, and I severely doubt he is telling me the whole truth. As I cannot leave my post, I would ask you to travel to Candlekeep Quay in my stead and inform Halbroda that if he insists on playing these games, I will personally see that he is transferred to Turtleback Island, where he can rot alone in the middle of the sea for eternity. Those are some threats. Those are some definite threats. Anyways, breaky time. We'll be back in a few minutes. Good time. Go get your snackies, drinkies, whatever you need to do. We'll be back in a few. Alright, we're back. We have made it back. Well, Fufu be needing one of her lunches back, you say? And here I was beginning to think the lass had eyes for me. Not that she's me type, mind ye. I like me women a few hands taller, and a few pawns heavier, and a few shades bluer, if you catch me drift. I wouldn't have minded the extra meal, though. A man can work up quite a craving when he's been pounding, stretching, and shaping sheeps of iron all day. Nope, here's lunch. Found another lunch. Don't tell me. You came to collect my lunch. I can see it in them accusing eyes of yours. Sure, I knew right well that none of these lunches were meant for me. What with today being my day off and all, but I never thought little Wafufu would miss just one. If I give back the lunch, would you promise me you'll not mention that it was I who took it? I don't want the lass to think I was trying to swindle her, though that's sort of what I was trying to do. But she doesn't have to know that now, does she? Right then, carry on. Give her back all the lunches. Matt.
Please tell me you found the lunches. I swear Athbrim has shifted several paces closer since you've departed. 1, 2, 3, 4! You did it! You found all the missing lunches! Now perhaps I can rest in peace, knowing that Athbrim won't be indulging in his cannibalistic fantasies. At least for today.
Girl, I've got questions. I think it's you that might have some cannibalistic fantasies. Just saying. Open in your. Open in your.
I'm looking for a strapping young adventurer good with his numbers to help tally our remaining supply of planks and logs. But I suppose you'll have to do. Now that work on the victory is nearing completion. I need one final count on the lumber we have so I can determine if we'll need more. I already have Razin Mizlin and Rumio Falimo. starting on the tally, so speak with them and see what they found. Then bring me back the exact number of quarterdeck logs and forecastle planks remaining on site. Understood? Two, one. Two. Three. 200 oak birthing planks. Not one more, not one less. I counted them twice, and then I counted them thrice more, just for good measure. We may be in trouble, though. If them shipwrights need any more than what we see before ye, the fires of the calamity claim most of the trees in old Oakwood. And what those that remain, ye ask? Why, we chopped down the rest to help build the victory. Deforestation at its finest. Just finished me count on the cedar mast, and the yardmaster ain't going to like what I have to tell him. What? You'll tell him for me? Well, be me guest then, lad. The Victory, being as big as she is, will be outfitted with 3 full-size masts and 2 smaller masts. Each mast will have its own set of 4 to 5 spars, or cross masts from which the sails hang. One need not to be a scullery from the Malvin's Gate to know that that's a whole hell's worth of lumber. And so, just how many mast-worthy logs did I count here? 4? Not 400, not 4 score, not even 14. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you can take that to the yardmaster, but don't say I didn't warn ye. I did the counting. I trust you had enough fingers to help you through the tallying, so tell me now, what did you find? Those be grim numbers indeed. The calamity may be just a fading memory, but it seems we're still far from truly healing. As a salt-blooded Lominison, it pains me to say it, but we may have to turn them tree folk in Gridania if we're to finish the victory on time. I think that might be a problem. I don't think they'd like that. Just saying. When it comes to Riveted, you could search the realm over, but you won't find none better than the Heskahel. 10 score rivets a bell I drive, twice said if I'm not in me cups. The key to driving rivets proper like is how hot ye can get the buggers. The hotter the rivet, the stronger the bond. She'll make with the steel plate. Problem being was I to heat me rivets in the forge, they'd be cold as a dead horse crotch by the time... Language, sir. Crotch by the time I hauled them back to the victory. 'Tis why I use the white hot cores or lightning sprites. But as you can see, me supply's running a tad low. If it ain't too much trouble, would you be so kind as to fetch me some? You look as if you could take on a whole pack of sprites with the one hand tied behind your arse.
make our way out. We need one more thing. And one more core. That does it with the jackals. There we go. And we completed an entry. Three cores and I can be done with the day's work and back at the alehouse where I belong. Here's your 3 cores. Leviathan's Eye, you really did gone and fetch me the blinking cores. Atherbin will be quite pleased to see what he will. Suppose the former that came up with the idea to use cores to heat the rivets. A clever one, that man. Sharper than the fang in a fishback's beak. Probably is why he made cheese so quick like. I yearn for the day that I get my chocobo. In the meantime, I sprint. Oh, he just straight up ignored me. Can't complain about that. It can be right lonesome up here, all alone with naught but the wind's chill to keep a man's company. Some days I carve jackal fangs to help clear me head of the voices. The voices calling me back to the great blue. Well, I brought you more fangs. What's this? Mimedora sent you? Did he? Well, you tell the old man that he hasn't wasted his few last sons in this realm worrying about poor Rosnez. I'll carry on as I always have in the service of the sailors. Alone till the day I die. Whilst the carvings help keep me head clear, a bit of company would ease the solitude. Truth is, with each turn of the sun, I creep ever closer to the brink of madness. All day and all night I dream of someone who might rescue me from this prison. Someone broad and hale, with skin the color of the sea and eyes that'll suck you in like a maelstrom. Someone like Gimtoda. I've been enchanted by her sweet magic since I first saw her. A young lass from the Moraby dry docks on patrol of the God's Grip. She smiled at me, but I was too up inside by fear to meet her gaze. And now since her promotion to head watch, she can't be bothered to make the climb. I would tell her how it is I feel, but me duty to the sailors. Wait, might be you could tell her for me. I'd make it worth your while. You could take her a nice Lanosian Lilybell. You think she'd like it? I reckon she'd like it like that. Ain't met a woman that didn't like flowers. Guess I gotta go flower picking. We're just gonna ignore that. It decided to spawn in the middle of the road. Those are like on the cliff edge. Uh-oh. The flowers don't like to be picked. Got it. Oh, come on. Let me jump on the roofs, game. What good is fall damage if I can't use it to my advantage? Unfalls your damage. A gift for me from the Candlekeep and Oshern's Church. but I don't recall ever meeting anyone. Uh-oh. This is gonna reflect badly, isn't it?
Alonosian Lilybell.
Yes, it's coming back to me now. Rosnez, I believe his name was.
I remember specifically commenting on how I despise my patrols to the god script for the area and full of Lonisian Lilybells. And the terrible weeds always send me into sneezing fits. Well, I am, flattered. I'm afraid I cannot return the gesture. As head watch of Morabi Dry Docks, it is my responsibility to see that the peace is kept until the victory's christening. I simply haven't the time to pay would-be suitors any mind, no matter how desperate they may be. Though, perhaps once the ship is complete, I could consider a climb up the peninsula. Perhaps. Where'd you call in from? I don't recall sending for no initiates, I once knew a lad by that name back when I served on the Cloud Dancer. He was a strapping young lad with teeth as white as a Princess Pap's. You ain't him, though. Nose ain't quite right. And who are ye? Again, got something to tell me, has he? Oh, nice. Well, welcome back, Karu. Rosnez, what's that mumbling milksop whining about this time? No, let me guess. That he's lonely. Pah! Put a pair of warm women in his arms and another on his lap and he'll be right as rain. This is what I do to help me forget that what ails me. Not that old Mimidoa needs much help for forgetting, mind ye. Might be that I'll send him up a few saucy strumpets this coming eve. Well, you're the one who sent me up there. Hey, Twitchbun. Get sent up to do this guy's dirty work and he's like, I never sent ya. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Imposed from cold women. Women. We're doing okay. It's a scary thought. Excuse me, adventurer. Might I have a moment of your time? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ozamin, field assessor at Melvin's Gate. My work with the Custom House involves the investigations of claims made regarding the unlawful import of restricted items from foreign shores. Recently, there have been a number of petitions made by the residents of Candlekeep Quay concerning a species not native to Valbrand. If this species is indeed alien to the island, it must be located and destroyed immediately before it is allowed to reproduce and possibly disturb the natural balance found here amongst the area's fauna. I would ask that you take this lump of fetid dodo flesh and place it upon one of the mounds of soil thought to be the nest of the invasive species. The odor should draw forth whatever creatures lurk beneath, leaving them easy targets. Ew, thanks. Does this self-righteous dog Alberm doubt that I never told him anything less than the truth? Well, I'm gonna doubt it. I'm doubting you, buddy. Turtleback Island? He cannot do that, can he? I swear on my poor Nana's grave, and Navigator rest her soul, I know not of this Frizzlemid, nor his precious supplies. Else we here at the Quay have had enough trouble these past few suns. What with the sinking of the Lomanisian cargo ship off Salt Strand, I haven't the time to take a proper piss, let alone make note of every scrag that wanders off the grip. Yes. Am I getting oven mitts? No, surprisingly. Now, the way I see it, if you have time to be standing here questioning my character, that
and you must certainly have the time to get that arse of yours down to the salt strand and help us search for survivors of the wreck. Who knows? You may just run across Frosmid everyone seems so eager to find. Here's to hoping the navigator hasn't found him first. Alright, let's look for these suspicious mounds. What will we uncover? It's a mite! I think we found our problem. Oh, even more mites. We have uncovered a bit of a problem. Oh, that's an even bigger one. Well, we found our problem. That is quite the coral reef. I'm gonna risk it. Ah, that wasn't so bad. Have a good night, son. Get some good sleeps. I think we took him out. We found Frosmid. I'm Frosmid. Yes, say the foreman's wondering on me whereabouts. I thought he might be. But you must know, I cannot show me face at the dry docks until I've righted the terrible wrong I've caused. 2 nights past, I made the trip from the dry docks to Candlekeep Quay, just as the foreman asked. The seas were right rough, and the captain of the cargo ship was wary of bringing her too close to the cliffs. So I paid a few coins to a to a fisher to take me out to meet her. By the time we was halfway twixt shore and ship, the swell had risen to 10 yalms, and 'twasn't long before the waves had a hold of us. Try as we might to steady the boat, nature's grip was too tight, and we was flung headlong into the Luminisian galley. When I awoke, both ships were gone, and the cargo I was to collect lay strewn across the salt strand. I has made every effort to salvage it, but the sands are crawling with Kieran. Kieran. And I ain't a one with a sword. But now, you see why it is I cannot return to the dry docks. These little guys. Well, nighty-night time. Even more. Some tangled rigging. It's a bit salty over here. Uh-oh. I'm a running.
Thavnarian mites? We have collected eggs from cargo carried on ships hailing from Rats Adhan before, but always in Limsa Limonisa. There are no records of ships traveling to and from the tiny island nation making stops here in Candlekeep Quay, nor would they have ever need to, unless the mites did not come from a ship that laid anchor here, but from a different vessel, one with more heinous motives. I believe this will require further investigation. I thank you again for your assistance. Perhaps I may require your service again in the near future. Hi, Mystery Mist!
That night I was tossed into the sea like some doll of rags, and it weren't long before the world round me faded to black as I slipped deeper into the abyss. But lo, the navigator wouldn't see me to the gates of the seven hells, and I woke to find myself washed ashore. And here I have been ever since, waiting for a chance to salvage me master's cargo. Here's this, here's that, here you go.
The missing parts! I don't know how I can repay you. I'll deliver the supplies right away, but first, I must stop by the quay so that I might pay me respects to the widow of the brave fisher who gave his life for a handful of coin. Could you tell Atberm that I'll be back at the dry docks by nightfall? Many thanks, adventurer. I will not forget this kindness.
Let's save ourselves the travel. I am relieved to hear that both Frosmid and the supplies are unharmed, though it was foolish for him to believe that I would blame him for that which was obviously out of his hands. You see, there was no storm that day, and the seas were adjacent the dry docks. The seas here adjacent the dry docks were as calm as a slumbering child. This leads me to believe that the trouble the ships encountered off Candlekeep Quay was of a less natural sort, the sort which the Sahagin have been known to conjure. That does sound like a problem. Which I had originally had doubts about your motives. You've repeatedly proven yourself to assist to Naldic and Vimeles. I still do not like you. But that does not mean I do not trust you. Gamthona, head of the watch here at the Dry Docks, believes that pirates may be plotting an attack on the Victory, and she requires assistance investigating a group of unsavory individuals making camp nearby. I have recommended you for the task. Thanks. Despite all Limsa Luminisas endured before, during, and following the calamity, the fact that there are still those who would turn their backs on the city-state so that they might line their pockets with a few handful of coins, just the thought of it sickens me. It's only a problem if you make it one. Hey, Dr. Dreads. Yes, I had a feeling you would be the one Athburn sent. Since you first arrived at the Moraby Dry Docks, I have had my men watch you. Oh, there's no need to get angry. I make it a point to keep an eye on all those new to the area. It is simply protocol. You're only in trouble if you get caught. It's true. And you'll be pleased to know that nothing incriminating was found. You appear to be a model citizen. That and the foreman seem to think somewhat highly of you, which I must admit is quite shocking. The man doesn't even trust his own mother. Very well then.
This is where Dante does though. What the hell is this?
What's this? What's this?
What the hell is this?
Hey, he did it!
Must be the effect of the gate. Sorry, kid. This is...
Very well then. I assume Opberm informed you of what your task would entail. The pirates we believe are conspiring to raid the dry docks were last seen making camp near an ancient stone called the Mark of the Spinner. I would have you approach the men, pose as a lost adventurer, and see if you cannot somehow learn of their intentions. Sinango stationed at the rear gates can provide you with the exact location of the camp. Almost near the end? Oh, awesome.
I knew it. No more sardines for Nisanago. Tonight I shall dine on the finest salmon on the peninsula. Why? Well, I had a little wager going with some of the other guards on who Athburn would recommend for the next job. My money was on you. The job, yes, of course. If you follow the road past the gates to the southeast, you will eventually come to a barren cape with a single large stone half buried in the cliff overlooking the sea. The followers of the 12 say it's a holy place dedicated to Nemea, the spinner. I'd be surprised if the pirates camped up there were aware of that, though.
I see our pirates. I've given you to the count of 9 to step back on the path and carry your venturing arse back down to whatever rock it is you crawled out from under. You see, I's added up to me years with your type roaming into the ills like they was yours to roam. It's getting to be that a man cannot enjoy a mug of rum with
without some shit-breath outlander running up and asking which is the way to the local limit. 7 L's if I know. I'm a bloody pirate, goddammit. Dolls balls. Once we've had me back, I'm putting this godforsaken pissel of an island so far behind me, ain't no one will remember I was ever here. Come on, Scroggs. We use knives to sharpen. Hopefully not in my back. Alright. They're walking off. I am -1 knife in my back. So the trespassers are indeed pirates, and they are indeed planning something. But what is this talk of getting me boy back? Could it be that their target never was the Victory? Something is not right, and I won't sit by idly waiting for those pirates to make the first move. I shall order increased patrols immediately. Thank you again for your help. It appears we were wise to put our trust in you. You're welcome. I am concerned. It appears that the pirates I had you investigate are on the move. They creep ever closer to the dry dock, so I must assume they mean to target the Victory herself. The ship is the symbol of everything Limsa Lamanissa strives to become, and I will not allow these base scoundrels to lay a single finger upon her hull. We must apprehend them before they put their plans into motion, and you are just the man to do it. Without your capable assistance, I fear the security of the dry docks cannot be guaranteed. Not moments ago, my guards submitted reports of suspicious activity in the area. Pray begin your efforts by listening to one of their accounts firsthand. It matters not whom you speak with, but be sure to question either Urswist or the front gate Sonago at the rear. Any suspect saboteurs you encounter during the course of your investigation are to be interrogated. Report any and all findings directly to me. Hail, adventurer! Glad to have another hand aboard to help shore up the security. The gods know our reports would sit on Gimtauda's desk, gathering dust if it weren't for the assistance of those such as yourselves. Speaking of reports, though, I saw one of those mangy pirates lurking around the cliff near Empty Heart. I'd take a closer look before he has a chance to cover his tracks. So probably up here. Oh, I see somebody up there. Shifty-eyed sailor. Bah, spotted me, did ye? Well, you're too late. What's to happen is already happening. Uh-oh. I thought we had nothing to worry about at first. Crab. Proceed. So, you found me one of those pirates, did you? I knew we were the right adventurer to ask for aid. But what could these knaves be planning? What's to happen is already happening. Captain, trouble in the shipyard! Easy now, soldier. Who did this to you? Pirates, out and over, stuck me good. Gods below, we are not prepared for this. The pirates, soldiers, how many do they number? Not sure. More than I could quickly count. Seem to be carrying explosives. Explosives? Then there's no time to lose. You heard the situation. Make your way to the shipyard and engage these intruders. I will see to this man's wounds, then follow after. Make haste now. Off we go. That is apparently not the shipyard. Well, that looks like a problem. Never reckoned it'd be this easy. Still don't trust those slimy bastards, but their plan worked like a charm. What are you doing, you great bloody fool? Shut your trap, boy. This'll be over soon. All that's left now is to blow this ugly pile of driftwood into splinters. Uh-oh. Why would you do such a thing? Have you any idea how important this ship is? What it represents? That's what makes it all the sweeter. Whatever it takes to knock some sense into the treacherous backstabbing son. Imagine a boy of mine giving up the pirate life to become a shipwright, and building a bleeding maelstrom vessel at that. What under Limelin's wide green ocean made you take up these self-righteous shates? You're the one with no bloody sense, da. Don't you see? The pirates had their glory days, but that era is over. I wondered why Asper never spoke of his father. I never would have thought. This ship's a symbol, all right, of everything what went wrong with the world, and I mean to shatter it into 100,000 pieces. Crimthoda, pray beat the tar out of this bloated sea slug and make sure no harm comes to the Victory. Well, hopefully they haven't set the explosives up already. Or we in big trouble. I must be getting old, letting some green venturer get the best of me.
Is the ship safe?
That's one big bloody ship, big and nasty looking. You'd made that, did you?
Methinks. I shudder to think what may have become of the Victory without your intervention. The pirates have made a right mess of things. I'd best get to sorting out the docks. And my thoughts could use some sorting out as well. Never did my father have a way of turning my life upside down. Pray convey my thanks and my apologies to Kimthora.
How fare you? I cannot begin to thank you for the role you played in preventing this madness. You defended more than a simple ship. You saved the budding hope of Limsa from a violent demise. The day was yours. It seems our security regimen will require much in the way of improvement if we are to truly keep the dry docks safe. Athburn apologizes? Well, I suppose I can understand why he would feel responsible for his father's actions. Of all those involved, this incident was hardest on him. But in time, I believe he will come to a single conclusion. The most fitting way of moving past his anguish is to see the Victory completed and in the water. By the by, the pirates we defeated have been handed over to the Yellow Jackets. Rainer's men will be taking over the investigation. Before the Yellow Jackets moved in, however, we recovered a most unusual object. Should you have the time to spare, I would ask you another favor.
I think I dropped my phone.
Yep.
In the light of your role in recent events, there are a few others to whom I would entrust this task. Since last we spoke, a curious missive has been discovered amongst the personal effects of Atzafin, the pirate behind the plot to sabotage the Victory. The missive was penned in the most unusual script, a script we had believed to be some manner of code. Needless to say, anything which a proven enemy of Limsa deems worthy of enciphering is like to be of a great interest to the Maelstrom. Unfortunately, none among us can make any sense of the message. In cases such as this, I am told the Yellow Jackets won't turn to Bowderon and his convenient connections. Thus, I would have you deliver this missive to the proprietor of the Drowning Wench, into his hand, and no other. Do you understand? Nothing else here? I think we're good. To the upper decks. Ahoy there! I have been hearing about your deeds at the dry docks. Athburn laid out the entire tale for me. Poor Sod was still reeling at his old man's part in the business, but at least you kept the Victory from being sunk before she'd sail. And for that, I owe ye me thanks. You've made a name for yourself in Limsa, lad. Folk know that when they need something doing, you need something doing, and what might that be? Just a little code deciphering. You want someone to read a message written funny letters for you? And Grim Thoda thought I might know a man as could? Well, let's see it then. Aye. I reckon I might know a canny bugger that can read stuff like this. Ugly sod by the name of Obadarin. You know, you're like one of me regulars now. You've never let me down yet, and Navigator helped me. I reckon I can trust ye. Grim thought I was right to want this message deciphered. We've got us some trouble brewing there, and no mistake. Get ready for action, and I'll explain. Good to have you aboard, lad. Now then, where to start? Back when I was a younger and nastier, I earned me living as a sellsword. In that business, if you wanted to know what your enemy was up to, you had to learn to read the orders you pried from the cold dead hands of its mates. That's how I came to know how to read your message. Truth be told, the script was only too bloody familiar. Them Sahagin letters, lad, and I should know. I've gotten more fishback messengers than I can count. It gets worse, though. The plan to blow up the Victory is all in air, right down to the fine details. Looks like they meant to raise 8 kinds of L in Western Lanusia, then lit the Maelstrom's new flagship in the confusion. The point being, the attack on the Victory weren't the act of a few rebellious pirates. 'Twas a key part in some canny bastard's grand plan. But if I'm reading this alright, the attack itself came much too early. I'll wager they panicked when they saw you was onto them, rushed in to do the job, and buggered it up. Them tattooed-faced bastards are, as they say, was paying Atberm's old man. They're with the Serpent Reavers, right? But none of the crew was there, was they? Did they have something better to do, or what? Seven L's, I've got it all backwards. That mess at the Victory, that was meant to be the bloody distraction. The fishbacks ain't interested in the Maelstroms, baby. They're after men. Aren't we all? No, I'm just kidding. Just like they've always been. They're sending their pirate lackeys after a civilian target. This bit about raising all Western Lanusia, that's where it'll be. Summit tells me Swift Perch is about to get it, and get it hard. I mean... Here's a rough translation of the message. Take it to Commodore Raynor at the Coral Tower and tell him if is in for a busy day. Oh, and give him an you can be damn sure you'll need one. Alright, we're going somewhere. Okay, northern area. Oh, they do all the fancy writing. Yes, I'm Raynor. You must be the adventurer whose name seems to be on everyone's lips. You are to be commended for your part in thwarting the plot to destroy the victory. Now what can I do for you this day? You bear an urgent message from Berderin? Why do I get the feeling that my hopes for a quiet evening are about to be cruelly dashed? Tell me what is afoot. An assault on Swiftperch? But we've seen nothing to suggest the Serpent Reavers are massing for an attack. Even so, it would be foolish to discount the possibility. Baderon is rarely wrong about such matters. I will marshal the Yellow Jackets for battle immediately. The only question is where to send them. While I concur that Baderon's assessment that the attack on the dry docks was intended as a diversion, Swiftperch is but one of several possible targets for the main thrust. Commodore, sir! Report. It's the Sahagin, sir. They've mounted a large-scale assault on the South Tide Gate and threatened to overwhelm our defenses within the day. The garrison requests immediate reinforcements. By the Navigator, it seems my decision has been made for me. Muster the troops and give the order to march. Aye, the Serpent Reavers are in league with the Sahagin, which means there is every chance this assault on Tidegate may yet prove to be another feint. The fact remains, however, that we can ill afford to ignore it, and that leaves Swiftperch vulnerable to those pirate traders. It is at times such as these that I wish the warriors of light yet walked among us, but wishes will avail us not. You must serve in their absence. Make for Swiftperch with all haste and lend your strength to the squads I can spare for the settlement's defense. I am just a busy boy. Commodore Rainier sent word we'd be getting reinforcements, but I didn't expect him to send you. You certainly look like you've seen your share of action, though. You bear little resemblance to the wide-eyed whelp I met fresh off of the ferry. In any case, do you know what you're fighting for here? This place, Swiftperch. It was rebuilt by folk who stood strong in the face of every hardship the calamity threw their way. And we're not about to let some fish-fancying scum claim the honor of being the ones who finally broke their spirits. Don't give those pirate bastards one bloody ilm, you hear me? Okay, fine. Here they come! And now, I thought all of them yellow jacket worms were meant to be busy. That useless scrag ain't followed the plan, has he? Now what, pull back and wait for our Sahagin brothers? Piss on that, we ain't turning back empty-handed. Remember, no killing the small folk, or it'll be your blood that stains Lord Leviathan's altars. Sir, where are your pants? The yellow bellies ye can butcher at will. Them dirt-eating slugs will be crushed under the full might of those serpent reavers. Seems Swiftperch was the main target after all, eh? Squads 1 and 2, protect the townfolk. Squad 3, you're our rear guard. The rest of you, we meet their charge where we stand. Let us bear the Commodore word of our victory, or no word at all. For Limsa Lomanisa! I'll gut all your yellow bellies and dance on your gizzards. Sir, I still ask you, where are your pants? We need to find this pirate guy some pants. Does he really need pants? I mean, probably not. I'm getting beat up here. Well fought. The Reavers are beaten and scattered. I'll take some men and hunt down the stragglers. Oh, but there may be more of them lurking about, so don't let your guard down just yet. The source of his strength becomes clear. You may have bested the golem, but you will not fare so well this day. O mournful voice of creation, send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall to command, that I may smite mine enemies. Your very being imperils the plan. You cannot be suffered to live. Yay, Shtola, just like jumping on in. that the wisdom of the Paragon should be brought low by mere mortals.
Paragons, did he say? Then it is as I feared. They are known as the Bringers of Chaos, or Asians, to give them their proper name. It would seem our suspicions were correct. It is they who have been manipulating the beast tribes. Pardon? You would know if we Charlians have encountered Asians before? I have never spoken to you of my homeland. How did you know whence I hail? Wait, I do begin to see. You have been blessed with a special gift.
Are you alright, lad? If I'd known a mean bugger like that was hiding in the bushes, I would have left a squad or 6 to keep you company. Well, at least now we can call this kidnapping investigation to a close. Those Reavers were the ones spiriting folks away in the dead of the night, and this bastard here was pulling all the strings. A trifle simplistic, but not inaccurate. I came as soon as I sensed his presence, but I never thought to find such a scene of carnage. Yet we prevailed, and thanks to your heroic actions, I have learned much. Heroic is the word. I don't want to think about what would have happened if we hadn't been here, friend. And your assistance is much appreciated too, Lady Y'shtola. Please give our regards to the Scions.
I am glad to have played a role in bringing what I hope is an end to this disturbing spate of abductions. The thread of your fate forms a part of the most intriguing tapestry. Mayhap we will be afforded the chance to speak more in the near future. For now, however you must see this particular tale to its conclusion, pray send my greetings to Commodore Raynor.
Goodbye, wife. Yo, ominous. Is my thing up? It is. Let's see, I need upper. Yes. Eagerly have I awaited your return. Words of your exploits is already spreading through the ranks. My troops and I owe you a great debt of gratitude for your timely assistance. You have shown yourself to be possessed of a sure arm, a strong spirit, and sound judgment. Would that of Limsa Lominissa had more of your like. I have little doubt that you shall one day join the ranks of Yorzia's greatest adventurers. It is but a matter of time. Keelie Balderon's eye for potential remains as sharp as ever, though I doubt he even imagined you capable of such feats. Might you favor me with your own account of the day's events? Such victories bear retelling. Y'shtola has been working with us for quite some time, you see, and she was only too willing to assist the Yellow Jackets in the kidnapping. Hey, Farino, how you doing? Can we get a shout out for Farino, please? Yellow Jackets in the kidnapping investigations, proving herself a stalwart ally in Limsa Lominissa's yet again. Needless to say, after your part in thwarting the attempted sabotage of the victory, and the small matter of your deeds at Swift Perch, you too have proven yourself a valued friend of the Phylactery.
Every time, it's like getting flashbanged.
Oh my god!
Tired? You have a long day? Long week, perhaps?
No,
Even probably a long year. Even if we're only at the start of the year. It's already feeling long. Admiral. A woman. 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 Mommy, Commodore. May I present to you Admiral Bloheisen. I probably butchered her name, but you know what?
Linty, the Admiral is here to step on you.
Yeah, where is Linty? Linty, we got woman for you. Blue Piscine, okay. Linty missing out. Banquet, she says? Oh, she's pegging the guy on the right. I know she is. I mean, look at this guy. Look at him! She'd break your hips most likely, but worth it, I think. Mating press every night, but not for her. Ooh, some fancy dress shoes? Those are going in the costume bank. I am not sure you understand just how unusual it is for the Admiral to invite an adventurer to a state banquet. It is a highly coveted honor. Why, even the officers under her direct command are rarely afforded such recognition. But I will not deny you have earned it. Many of the tasks you have performed in service of the Thalsalacracy have been both difficult and dangerous. This is a reward for all of your efforts, a nod to your many achievements, both large and small. Has the enormity of this moment yet to sink in? Perchance you will realize its significance when you stand before the assembled dignitaries of Limsa Lomaninsa. And now that I have imagined the scene, I realize that you will require attire suitable for the occasion. I suggest you visit the wench and see what Barderon can arrange. He is surprisingly knowledgeable about such things. Oh, she got the big bad dragon strap. I don't make the rules. Well, if it ain't Merlib's guest of honor. I'm nobbin with the eye and mighty now, is it? I tell ye, lad, I damn near snorted ale out me nose when I heard the news. You've come a long bloody way, you have, and that's the truth. And it's only been a couple days. Well, one thing's for sure. You'll not want for decent grub. These banquets are catered to by the bleeding Bismarck, no less. 'Tis a grand chance to fill your belly to bursting with fine and, more importantly, free food. But you can't have you turning up in your shit-caked venturing gear. Hey, I like my robes. No, the Arrow of the Hour needs to have a touch of refinement about him, if only to stop folk complaining about what he stuffs his face with cake. Take yourself over to the Octant and speak to Janassim of the Brugari Consortium. She'll furnish ye with something gentlemanly to wear. I've already a word with her, so all you need to do is pick up the goods, then bring them back here so I can tell you what's what. I need instructions on how to dress. Alright, so you put clothes on. Yeah, that's what I was assuming. What if I don't know how to button a shirt? Or tie my shoes? She's gonna snoo you. Crush pelvises.
Good evening, sir. I assume you're the underdressed gentleman Barderon mentioned.
I see he was not exaggerating.
I've chosen these especially for your debut in polite society. Fear not. I'm certain you will absolutely adore them.
I mean, it's not the worst thing. Also true. Been to Janassim, have ya? Let's have that box then. Box. Belt. There we go. A nice pair of dress shoes for ye. A bloke might have much else to his name, but as long as he's got a decent pair of shoes on his feet, there ain't nowhere he can't go. Think of him as a gift from me and all the other folks you've done right by all along the way. Aye, 'tis a very moving gesture, I know. But don't go welling up on me, eh? Wouldn't be do for Limsa's new arrow to turn up at the banquet soaked in his own tears and snot. Any road, that's your garb sorted. Now you just need to settle your nerves. Tell me when you're ready, and I'll tell you where you're meant to go. You're ready then, are you? Good. The banquet will be starting soon. If you'd waited any longer, I'd considered it my civic duty to it you over the head and dragged you over there. Now make sure you're wearing them fancy shoes when you turn up, alright? Carrying them won't do no good. They're meant to make you look like a gentleman, remember, not a gentleman's bleeding lackey. As for directions, the feast being held on the bridge at the Admiral's briefing room. Speak with Xanthiel in the bulwark hall, and he'll show you the way. Just keep that eld eye, lad, and everything you've ever done for Limsa, you've got good reason to be proud. And don't let no eye-born bugger tell you different. Well, he said to put on the shoes, I will put on the shoes. We're not gonna let batter on down. I think I went to the wrong place. Bulwark Hall. Oh, we go to this room. Dress shoes, fancy dress shoes. An adventurer wearing fancy dress shoes. What do you got? A problem with that? Oh, no, those are some fancy dress shoes. Come, adventurer, I will show you to the briefing room. We got pears. I love Apothecary Diaries. Look at my cute little smile. For tax evasion? Well, that's... I think I heard about that, but I say all is forgiven. I can't forgive about the creator of Kenshin, Rurouni Kenshin. I can forgive tax evasion, but I can't forgive, that. I won't say more. What did I go to prison for? Hand holding. Yes, I was hand holding with no gloves on. Oh great, another one of those migraines. You shouldn't, but you're probably gonna. I would probably, yeah, get a coffee. You don't need to, like, fall asleep on the road. Have a good night, Farino. Thank you for joining us. Get some good rest. Sad chocobo noises. They're not having a good day. Capture card is toast. OMG. Yep. It is. Hello, Mr. President. How are you doing?
There's a goated clip of Gibby falling. That was perfect. It's like the thing. It's like he opened up a portal.
Use those legs. I would find that to be wise. I don't want you driving on the road tired. That was one hell of a hallucination. I missed out on the banquet. Morning sunshine, all a bit bit much for you, was it? What happened? Ah, you don't remember then.
You keeled over in the middle of the banquet and caused a right stir. I had to carry you back to the wench myself. Well, I say carry, 'twas more of a matter of dragging and rolling too much cake, I reckon. Any road, don't fret. 'Tis little wonder you was exhausted after everything you've been through lately. Your little nap seems to have put some color back in your cheeks, though, so I'll leave you to it. Bugger, I almost forgot. The Admiral wants to have a word with you. When you feel up to it, talk to Zenthale and he'll let you into the command room. Oh, and stay awake, eh? I'm told Merweb was in the middle of telling you a story when you started snoring last time, and I doubt she'd look kindly on it if you repeated the trick.
Damn, this wasn't like a dramatic pass out sort of situation. I like literally just fell asleep.
Do you have any ibuprofen? I have a prophetic headache. Greetings, Admiral Heisman. I'll wait you in the command room. Shall I announce you? Was it Blue Heisen? Ah, it is good to see you on your feet again. You are recovered? Then let us waste no time. I have a task that needs doing, one I would entrust to no other.
Gotta get the credit for passing out earlier.
The duty I have in mind for you requires some explanation. I do hope you have not made other plans. To business, then. I have penned a letter to each of my counterparts in the Yorzian Alliance. The Battle of Cartano and the calamity that followed claimed countless lives. It has been 5 years since those of us who were spared dragged ourselves from the ashes to look upon an Eorzea we scarcely knew. 5 years, and yet the people still suffer. Their lives are fraught with worry and hardship, and the warriors of light who might once have given them hope are gone. Yet we must press on regardless. We will never truly do so, however, till we have faced our past. To that end, I am proposing that a memorial service to be held in each of the city-states on the 5th anniversary of the Battle of Cartano. These letters contain the details of said proposal. And I would have you deliver them to our allies as my personal envoy. You have proven yourself a staunch and able ally to Limsa, but that is not my only reason for choosing you. No. I choose you because you possess a quality which puts me in mind of history's champions. A quality I feared loss. Say that you will perform this duty.
Yes, ma'am.
I knew you would not disappoint me. This task shall take you far from the borders of our nation, to the city-states of Gridania and Ulda. A grueling journey, to be sure, were you to travel by sea and land, but I mean to have you take the skies. An airship passed to be used at your discretion. Airships bound for the nations of our allies leave from the landing connected to the bridge. But before you depart, I suggest you trouble Bardaran for a few pearls of wisdom regarding each of your destinations. The old bastard is nothing if not well-traveled. 'Tis a pity I cannot issue such passes with a freer hand, as I did in more peaceful times, when berths were not so limited. But in these times of war, every craft we commit to the clouds risks drawing the eye of the Empire, and every voyage must needs be born of necessity. Lest you doubt, I consider your place well deserved. Nor am I alone in the opinion. There were other parties who would see you granted the privilege of air travel. Your deeds do not go unnoticed. Full many see great promise in you, but I have flattered you enough.
On behalf of Limsalomanissa and her people, I bid you go forth and adventure. Discover the realm for which so many have fought and died. Wonder and danger await you in equal measure, but turn not from either, only to be braving the unknown will you achieve the greatness of which you are surely capable. The light of the crystals guides you, and I wager that your destiny will be no small thing. Alright, we're gonna call it here. It is that time. So we're going to scamper off. Because it is that time of the evening. Anyways, thank you everybody for joining me. Linty, you missed Dommy Mommy. Anyways, hello, if you are new to my channel, hello and welcome. I stream generally throughout the week. Generally try to do Monday through Friday, but it is rotations on Mondays. But you can check out my schedule. I post it on my social medias and my Discord. And you can check out my schedule. I post a new one every Sunday. You can see what we're doing throughout the week, tentatively. And yeah, we're gonna go raid out. We're gonna go say hello to somebody. Yeah, that's your punishment, Linty. Linty missed out on Dommy Mommy. Let's see. We're gonna go say hi to Nexcree. She is playing some Marvel Rivals right now. So let's give her a hello.
Oh! Oh! Oh my god!
Someone getting a little freaky.
Oh, my heart went to my ass.
Anyways, raid messages up in chat. Have a good night, everybody. I will see you all tomorrow. We will be doing our planned Final Fantasy. Anyways, have a good night, everybody. Let's give Nexcree our love. But for now, bye-bye for now.